Good afternoon and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, April the 28th. And if we could start with a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Councillor Bieber?
Here.
Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Dodick?
Here.
Councillor Doria?
Present.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Councillor Wolf?
Present.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
And Mayor Hagan? All present. Thank you.
All right. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. And for recognitions, I'll start to my far left, Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. In the Lethbridge Herald on Saturday, there was an article. It says 94-year-old Lethbridge volunteer becomes first in food bank history to reach a 30-year milestone. Ted Richardson is a friend of mine, and at age 94, he has been over 30 years volunteering at the Interfaith Food Bank. His wife would have been able to make that achievement as well, but unfortunately she passed away a couple of years ago. So Ted was recognized as the first volunteer to receive a 30-year service award, a span that covers nearly the full lifespan of the food bank itself. It's unfortunate that we have to have food banks at all, but I'm thankful that we have people like Ted Richardson who are willing to volunteer their time, and in this case, 30 years to help the less fortunate in Lethbridge. Congratulations, Ted Richardson.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had the privilege of attending the Lethbridge Symphony annual gala that they held at the Sandman Signature Lodge. An excellent event that raised money for music education for children, like the annual kids choir concert. Music always a wonderful part of our lives here in the city, especially the symphony. Also, lots of baseball coming up here in Lethbridge, including the Canadian College World Series, which is going to be in May. We'll see if the PBA can become champions. They won it, I believe it was 7 years in a row at one point, but haven't won for a while, so maybe this is the year. Also, for those of you who are Blue Jays fans, you'll know who Kevin Pillar is. He's one of he's on every highlight reel that's ever been, I think, for the Blue Jays as a center fielder. He's coming to town as part of the Canadian Baseball Legends Gala, which is May the 27th. So that'll be a worthwhile going to see him. You get to ask him questions if you so desire. It's at the Sandman Signature Lodge. Go to bullsbaseball.com for tickets for that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. Councillor Bieber and I were lucky enough to attend the annual EPIC event. This is Exploring Possible Industries and Career Day for grade 9 and 10 students at Excite. There were hundreds of students there learning about careers, everything from being a sheriff to being a psychiatrist. They had nurses. They had everything under the sun. And then they were engaged and looking at all their options for the future. It was really, really well done, and just neat to see them participating.
Excellent. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Today, April 28th, is the National Day of Mourning. Several members of council were able to attend the ceremony at Mount View Cemetery. Today, we honor the memory of workers who have lost their lives due to workplace accidents or illnesses. This day is a reminder of the importance of workplace safety and the ongoing efforts needed to protect workers in all industries. Thank you to the organizers for today's ceremony, and to the families of those lost workers and to those who were injured. We remember you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And over to my far right, Councillor Bieber.
Yeah, I just have a few things here. Quickly, best wishes to Diana Sim, who is leaving her position as Executive Director of Martha Retreat Center, which is hosting a farewell tea for her this Thursday from 10 a.m. until noon in the Center Garden. She's been there since 2020, and before that she was with Volunteer Lethbridge. So, I mean, congratulations to her and her future endeavors. This Saturday, the Southern Alberta Art Gallery is hosting its annual art auction at the Lethbridge Trade and Convention Center. That's a huge fundraiser for them. And I just want to give a shout out to all the participants in and the organizers of Earth Day events last week. I was at the Cooley cleanup on Wednesday when it started, and
guess I could have cleaned out my car, which would have been a good start. And then on Saturday at Legacy Park, the city was giving away free compost. They had a bunch of booths run by the city and various organizations. It was just a really well put together event.
Great, thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
I'd like to welcome Elena Tolman, who's in the audience with us today. She's doing an independent study with me through the U of L. It's a history independent study, but she's also interested in politics. So when she said she wanted to come watch a council meeting, first I fainted and fell over that anybody wanted to. No, just kidding. But I welcomed her today to watch. The other thing I'd like to give a shout out to is the Lethbridge District Music and Speech Arts Festival. This is its second week today, 96 years old this year. The organizers, participants, teachers, it's been absolutely incredible. I've had a chance to volunteer. And when we say Lethbridge District, just at the ones I've been at, there have been participants from Barnwell, Pincher Creek, McGrath, and across the area. The work of doing this festival is absolutely phenomenal. This weekend, if you are bored in Lethbridge, you're not looking for something to do, Jane's Walk, of course, is going on this weekend. Taco Fest is this weekend. We know that there is the Women of Distinction Award ceremony. SAG has their arts auction. Highway cleanup is going on, so please watch for people on the roads. So much is going on. I'd also like to congratulate the soon-to-be Dr. Knud Peterson. He is getting an honorary degree from the University of Lethbridge. So we will have to be nice to Dr. Peterson the next time we see him after he gets named as Dr. Peterson. And last night I was able to attend the Interfaith AGM. Congratulations to the staff and the new board. I have the report if anybody wants to look at some of the stuff. The one that sticks out in my mind from last night with many things that they talked about, it's trending up, unfortunately. The number 2 group using the food bank is people who have jobs. So people who are employed are using food banks more and more, and their annual report and everything has a lot more information in it. If anybody is interested in having a look at that, let me know.
Awesome, thank you. Councilor Doria.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. I just want to extend my congratulations to SAAE for celebrating their 10th year anniversary celebration. The event highlights the success of working together, acknowledging the diverse culture and traditions. That event was held on a Saturday, and the day after, there was an event called Cultural Sunday, wherein African society shared their culture with delicious cuisine and singing talents at St. Martha Church. They were celebrating the event with 2 things in mind. One, for them to share their culture, and the other one is to show gratitude to the community, to the city of Lethbridge, for welcoming them and sharing a safe place to build their future. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Doria. Councilor Parker? Okay. Excuse me. I had the opportunity last Thursday to attend the announcement for a professional basketball returning to Lethbridge, and that is by way of the Calgary Surge, part of the CEBL. And so, historic moment. It's our first professional basketball game in like he's mentioned, 44 years. It showcases Lethbridge as a destination, of course, for many different events like this and other sporting events. Game adds to the growing list of major sporting events that highlights Lethbridge's energy and top-tier facilities and the strong passion the community has for hosting big events like this. If you go back to if it's curling or any of these other events that we've hosted here. Events like this, of course, energize our city. They help inspire young athletes, which was something that was recognized at the event. And when you see when young athletes see a professional sport like that, it really inspires them to play at the highest level. So we're proud to play a role in the growing sport and creating memorable experiences for families across the region. Also, I want to recognize someone who has done an amazing job kind of flipping switches, et cetera, within chambers here, and that's Ryan Westerson, our Legislative Services Manager here at the City of Lethbridge, sitting over here. He's got the same haircut as I do. And he recently completed 5 years on the board and 2 years as president of the Alberta Municipal Clerks Association. So at the recent clerks conference, Ryan was honored by the association with a clock and gavel, so I got to be careful. He's got his own now. On behalf of the City of Lethbridge, I want to thank him for his hard work and leadership over the past few years. Thank you, Ryan. And with that, we will move on to the adoption of the agenda. I have a resolution here from Councillor Parker that we be resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on April 28th, 2026 be adopted as presented. Are there any changes, Madam City Clerk?
We do have one amendment to today's agenda for council's consideration, bringing forward confidential item 7.3 EHS Ground Ambulance Service Agreement Update from the April 30th Community Issues Committee meeting, the closed portion, to be with item 14.1 today, update on ground ambulance agreement verbal.
And that's all?
That's it.
All right. Any questions on that to my colleagues? If not, Councillor Parker, questions been called? All in favor? And that does pass. Thank you. Oh, sorry, and one opposed. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. All right, next we have the consent agenda. Can I have a mover for the consent agenda? Councillor Doria, will you move the consent agenda? All right. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meeting of City Council be approved and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the same. Special City Council meeting for April 14th, 2026 and City Council meeting for April 14th, 2026. And further be resolved the City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for April 28th, 2026. And further be it resolved that City Council, or that Council direct that the order of business for the April 30th, 2026 meeting of the Community Issues Committee meeting be revised to bring forward item 5.5 to be heard as the first presentation. And further be resolved that City Council approve the following Community Issues Committee recommendation. 4.4, Recommendation of Community Issues Committee 2025 City of Lethbridge Audit Findings Report. ATIA sections 28, 29, and 31. Be resolved the City Council direct administration develop the policy in response to confidential recommendation number 1 in the confidential document received at the meeting of the Council corporate record and return to a future Community Issues Committee meeting with the draft. And further be resolved that the Community Issues Committee direct that the closed meeting documents and report with respect to the 2025 City of Lethbridge Audit Findings Report remain confidential pursuant to Section 28, Local Public Body Conferences, 29, Advice from Officials, and 31, Testing Procedures, Test and Audits of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Doria.
Are there additions or corrections to this consent agenda?
Question, yes, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Could we please have it explained? The second further be it, or the further be it resolved there. Yeah, that council direct the order of business for the April 30th, 2026 meeting. Could we please explain what that means?
Yes, thank you for the question. That is a new resolution, and I will refer that to the CFO, Matthews. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So the reason for that is we think it would be good to go through the budget information prior. So get all that information for council and the groups prior to us going through all the other budgetary asks that are coming that day. So that day also has obviously the Carl's agreement coming and also one for LSCO as well as the EHS reporting as well.
Okay, so it does not mean, though, that we are taking that off the agenda for April 30th, that the community will still be able to come and respond?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And with that question, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Now, moving over, you don't have any presentations or OBMs. Moving to bylaws. Can I have someone move this bylaw? Councillor Campbell. Bylaw 6515, 2026 Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw. For a second reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6515, 2026 Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As each council that has passed the Business Improvement Tax Area Bylaw must pass a Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw annually. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing this.
All right, with that, any questions? If not, take that.
Call for the vote.
Vote's been called. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And for our third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6515, 2026 Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA tax rate bylaw be given third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Campbell?
Call for the vote.
Question been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And if I can have a mover for the property tax and supplementary property tax rate bylaw? Councillor Croson. All right. Bylaw 65, I was just going to say, well, that one is pulled. The property tax and supplementary property tax rate, 7.2. So for a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6516, 2026 property tax and supplementary property tax rate bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Croson?
So we may have found the reason we usually assign motions, because nobody wants to take this one. It could have died, even though we have to legally pass one annually. So this must be done annually, even though we did pass what the property tax would be at the four-year budget cycle, the 5.1% that comes from the municipal. We must pass a property tax rate bylaw annually, and people need to know that the property taxes will be due last business day of June. As people should know, there are three portions of this property tax rate. One, and only one, is ours. That's the municipal portion. There is also the education tax levy, which is going up an average of 12.93%. On residential, that will be 13.95% on average. That we collect and pass on to the province. We do not get to keep any of that money. The third part is the Green Acres levy, which is going up 10.04%. Again, we collect that. We pass that on. Tax notices, if this is passed, will be mailed out by May 28th. If you don't receive it, please ask. And if you are having concerns about your taxes, please reach out through 311 to staff. You may be better off signing up for TIP, which we'll be passing a bylaw on after this, or the seniors property tax deferral or something. But as we've heard in the past from Mr. Matthews and the finance team, staff is definitely willing and ready to work with you if you are having tax questions. So do not hesitate to reach out. But if this is passed, this will set the tax rates for the city of Lethbridge. And as I said, if this is passed, then we will have the tax notices mailed out. Essentially, that's where we are with this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager or designate. On page 37 of 197 of the agenda package, we've got the single-family residential property illustration there. Councillor Croson just talked to what the percentage increases are, but at the end of that chart, we have combined property tax levy at 6.94%. Can you tell me where that comes from and what exactly that is, please?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So in that transmittal letter, that's under point 7 on that information. So that single-family residential property illustration looks at that property as that value. So the value this year is for that rounded assessment is $389,600, just for context. What it's showing there, so the 6.94% that you're referring to is actually the total combined, which includes both municipal taxes, the education from the province, and also the Green Acres requisition. So what the table is showing is that the increase in of the municipal taxes above that is 5.1%, but when you add on the 12.64% of the education requisition, 9.6% increase of the Green Acres requisition for that component, it gets to a combined property tax levy of 9.4, which is basically taking the total difference between the 2 years of that, which is $265.61, and that change is 6.94%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Oh, well, anything more to add? If not, can I take that as closing? All right, for second reading, all in favor? And that is unanimous. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6516, 2026 property tax and supplementary property tax rate bylaw be given a third reading and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Croson?
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you. And moved by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, bylaw 6517, 2026 tax installment prepayment plan bylaw. For a second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6517, 2026 tax installment prepayment plan bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So bylaw 6517, it offers taxpayers options to pay the 2027 taxes in 10 equal monthly installments from August 1st, 2026 to May 1st, 2027. Settle remaining 2027 taxes via automatic withdrawal on the last business day of June 2027. Enroll 2025 and 2026 taxpayers in the 2026-2027 tax installment prepayment plan, and that is called the TIP plan, and receive a 1% monthly discount on the credit balance through participation in the TIP, and waive current year penalties by paying all taxes in full and submitting a TIP application form by September 21st, 2026 with approval required.
For the questions, Councillor Crowson.
I know we've been trying to encourage people to move to this. Right now, we have about 40% of property owners. Mr. Matthews, can you explain why? Because this gives us a monthly cash flow about 10 million. Why is that an advantage to the city to do it this way? And what's also the advantage to the community if they choose to go into TIP?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson, regards to that question. So for the city in itself on cash flow, it allows us to have a steady stream of cash flow that comes in that we have. So of course that helps us on our, anything when it comes to our overall accounts payable payments and so forth, instead of having to wait until June 30th or around June 30th of each year to actually get all those funds directed to us. So it helps us in our cash flow as an organization. For individuals, what it does, it actually helps them as well in their cash flow. They can plan ahead. They have 10 payments that they make over the course of the year. We do give them some interest. Yes, currently it's assessed at 1% on that, so they get a little bit of interest on that. And it allows them to plan ahead instead of having a large payment on taxes due on June 30th as well, or around that time.
So of course, it doesn't work financially for everybody, but anybody
That's right.
interested should look into it. And again, 311 would be a way they could get information.
That's right, 311. If you contact through there, they'll get you to the right people, or come into City Hall, and our tax assessment people will help you as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Seeing no further questions, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6517, 2026 tax installment prepayment plan bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passes. All right. Can I have a mover for the recommendation of Community Issues Committee, the City Council Strategic Plan? All right. Councillor Bieber. Be it resolved, the City Council approve and adopt the 2026 to 2029 City Council Strategic Plan. Councillor Bieber. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager or to anyone who might want to answer this. In our agenda package, we have a letter from Build Lethbridge that asks some questions. And I'm just wondering how we intend to answer those questions for that organization. And that is on page 67 of 197.
Councillor
Please.
Crowson.
I know where they're coming from, but we are going to be working on the integrated growth management strategy. It's right now at administrative, and it comes to council in 2027. And I think Build's request there will be much better detailed in that, which is another strategy, but much more detailed into what their concern is. And I think that's where we will be having those conversations with Build at a much deeper level. So my suggestion, not that we're ignoring their concerns, but this is a generic strategic plan. That's where we'll get into the deep work that they are looking into, in my mind.
Okay, so then my further request to this, and maybe we need to add this to the resolution, is that we keep Bill's questions in mind, and as we move forward through that integrated growth strategy, that we have these questions in mind while we're doing that, and we're able to provide them with an answer at that time.
All right. And with, oh,
Does that-
so administration, you got to reply to that. Does that work?
No problem, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. With that, over to Councillor Bieber, or sorry, Councillor Croson? Oh, yours debate. Okay. Councillor Bieber to open debate.
Open debate?
Councillor Croson?
So I will be, of course, supporting this. We did the work of creating the council strategic plan. I also know, though, that we'll be having a lot more chance to discuss other strategies. We're going to be looking more into our economic strategy. The land use bylaw is a strategy about development. The integrated growth management strategy that right now is at admin will be coming hopefully in 2027. So we'll be seeing a lot more strategies. This sets out the overarching work that we're doing, but we're certainly not done being strategic, and there's more work to do. So look forward to the next 3.5 years and what we can achieve.
Thank you. No other questions to Councillor Bieber?
I will just call for the motion.
Questions been called? All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right. I do have a motion from Councillor Wolf, recommendation of Community Issues Committee 2025 City of Lethbridge Annual Report. Be resolved, the Community Issues Committee recommend that City Council, number 1, approve the 2025 City of Lethbridge Annual Report as provided in Attachment 1, and number 2, authorize the City Clerk, Mayor, and 1 Councillor to sign the same. Councillor Wolf.
I see no questions in the queue, so call the question.
I see no questions. Yes, so question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
I just want to be the one counselor.
All right, moving on to administrative submissions. We do have a 10.1 Industrial Municipal Tax Incentive 2026 Municipal Tax Cancellations. Be resolved, the City Council approve the 2026 Municipal Tax Cancellation for the eligible Industrial Municipal Tax Incentive property as follows. The address is 3690 36th Street North, and the cancellation amount is $33,496.85. Approved on April 23rd, 2024. Moved by Councillor Campbell. Are there any questions? No questions. I have a question to Mr. City Manager, just to bring up 3690 36th Street North for $33,000. Just some background, if you could, to that.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So this, the Industrial Municipal Tax Incentive Program is actually a program that, this is the only property that came forward through this program. And in fact, this program was actually, I guess, put on hold or applications have stopped going into the industrial program. But that being said, this, every year, what needs to happen with this and also the TRIP program is a tax cancellation has to come in for what was approved back in 2024 for that property, and it's for the industrial development of that property. And so that each year there's a tax cancellation amount that comes forward. This year it is that $33,496 and 85 cents. That's the portion of the taxes that are being canceled on that property, which is on the additional pieces of development there.
So just thank you for the last part. Just for the community to know, so it's just a portion of the total taxation, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, no further questions?
Pretty much explained right there with Mr. Matthews. We'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, I have a motion from Councillor Croson, Targeted Redevelopment Incentive Program, TRIP 2026 Municipal Tax Cancellations. Be it resolved that City Council approve the 2026 municipal tax cancellations for eligible TRIP properties as follows. So 608 Fifth Avenue South for $84,964.46. Did you want me to read all of these, or on the screen? Is that fine for everyone? You've seen them? Okay. That'd be a lot of numbers reading through. So if everybody does see it, and it is in the package there. So all of the numbers are up on the screen as far as the eligible TRIP properties. And so with that, I know there is a change to, or an amendment.
Yeah, actually, Your Worship, Ms. Bugart would like to come and speak to the amendment, if you don't mind.
Great. All right. Ms. Bugart?
Thank you. So yes, during the reconciliation of, as I was preparing for the tax roll run right now, I noticed that I had a calculation error for 316 Fifth Street South. And I am requesting council support to amend that. It should be $39,256.09. A difference of $480.21. And then that would give the total cancellation $307.81.
All right, see, and that was a very positive thing that I didn't read all of those off, right? So if you put that up on the screen, the amendment, thank you, Ryan. So be it resolved, the City Council amend the 2026 municipal tax cancellation amount for the property 316 Fifth Street South from $39,256.09, or to $39,256.09 from $38,775.88 for a difference of $480.21. Any questions? I know we do have, Madam City Clerk, we have this on the table right now, the amendment, so we'll vote as amended?
Yeah, we'll vote for the amendment, which you see on your screen.
Correct.
And then once that passes, assuming it passes, we'll do the motion as amended.
Okay. So the amendment you do see up on the screen, but Councillor Croson, any questions on that? I'll just call the question. Seeing nothing, the question's been called. All in favor? That it passes unanimously. So we go back to as amended. If we go back to the previous one, and remember the number is just slightly changed by, yes. Oh, thank you, on the fly. Thank you, Ryan. The amount is the 39. Now that does add up to, thank you. There we go. Perfect. He's so good. So good, right? That's why he's got the awards, right? All right, any questions on this for Councillor Croson, the mover, or for administration? Seeing none, Councillor Croson?
So just a reminder to the public, if you look at the approval dates, each one of those has come before council in the past, and we have approved this cancellation in the amount that you see previously. But we also have to, every year when we do taxes, we have to reaffirm them, and that's what we are doing now. So this all is familiar. We have done work on all of these in the past, but we are now going to look at these and have them eligible for this tax season. So I will call the question.
With that, the question has been called. All in favor? Yeah. And there are no opposed, obviously. That was unanimous. And we will move on to...
Thank you.
To council updates, 12.1 from Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel, a council update in your package from April 28th. And from Councillor Croson, update from April 28th as well, 2026. Anything that needs to be added to that? They are in your packages. All right. And with that, we have, and do we have the motion there? All right, moved by Councillor Dodick, that we now enter a closed session. Be it resolved that we do enter closed meeting at 1:08 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to 14.1 and 14.2 as per sections 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body conferences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Dodick? Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Good afternoon. I call to order the public hearing bylaw 6520, land use amendment regarding 2425 30th Street West, Copperwood Phase 33. The procedure for this hearing will begin by calling on Mr. Kurt Fisher, community planner, to provide background to the case, and anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We'll ask 3 times. If there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation, City Council will then have the opportunity to ask any questions of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed, and consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. So I now call on Mr. Fisher to provide background to the case.
All right. Well, thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, members of City Council. As you mentioned, my presentation today is for our proposed land use bylaw amendment for the property, a portion of the property located at 2425 30th Street West, and it's in the Copperwood neighborhood. So the purpose of this rezoning is to redesignate a portion of the property from RM to R75, which would allow for the potential development of apartments or townhouses in Copperwood. And the applicant is also here today as well. The proposed amendment area is located in the west extent of the Copperwood area, as shown on these maps here, and the site is currently undeveloped. It is currently an undeveloped area that lies southwest of developing areas within the Copperwood neighborhood. This is a view of the west side of the property as seen from 30th Street West. And here's a view of the property from the east as seen from Miners Road West. So to provide you with some background, the amendment area on the west side of Copperwood is currently undeveloped and is situated adjacent to an existing area already zoned R75. So the developer would like to expand the area of the R75 site to allow for multifamily residential development. The applicant is proposing to rezone from RM to R75. The proposed R75 district does allow more options for multifamily development. For example, it would add dwelling apartment, which is not allowed in the RM district, and it may allow for more units as well compared to the RM district. And having a larger contiguous area with the same R75 zoning will create consistent rules for the entire site, and the larger area could improve site functionality and flexibility as well. City staff have reviewed this proposal, and no issues were identified for the rezoning, but transportation does have a requirement for access to the site that will need to be met at the development permit stage. So this slide here shows the proposed land use redesignation from the existing RM district on the left to the proposed R75 district on the right. As you can see, the property is located south of that R75 area that's already zoned R75, and it's surrounded by mixed density residential. And there are low density residential land use districts to the east, as well as a public building district to the northeast, which is where the Coalbanks Elementary School is located. The proposed land use bylaw amendment aligns with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan in relation to these policies listed here. And the bylaw 6520 would also align with our municipal development plan in relation to the following policies that you see on the slide here. The amendment area is located generally in this location in the West Lethbridge Phase 2 area structure plan, as shown on this map, and the proposed amendment or the proposed development aligns with the land use concept of the plan, which identifies the area for residential development. And you may not notice that the location of the location shown on your agenda package is slightly off, and the power I've noticed that, so I've corrected that for the PowerPoint. So this PowerPoint does show the correct location of this amendment area. So more specifically, the amendment area is also located in the Copperwood Stage 2 outline plan, as shown in this area in the circle on the map. The outline plan identifies the site for medium and low density at this location, and it states that a mix of medium and low density is incorporated on the west side of the plan area to allow for greater flexibility in housing forms. The outline plan allows for medium density housing forms that are compliant at this location, and the R75 district is still considered medium density compliant with the plan. So for notification, I've mailed letters to the 3 adjacent property owners as shown in the green hatched areas on the map. And advertisements also appeared in the Lethbridge Herald and on the city's website. And as of today, I've not received any questions or concerns from for residents or anyone else regarding the rezoning. So in conclusion, the proposed bylaw aligns with all of our statutory plans and would allow for continued residential development in Copperwood. And our department's recommendations at the bottom of the slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, is there a member of the public who wishes to make a presentation on this matter? And for a third and final time, are there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. Mr. Fisher, I do have a question, and I see that if this does pass, I see that RM, there's a division that's, or there's a zoning just south of the proposed that is also RM. So when you're talking about 3 different owners being contacted, I would take into account that would be the owner that would have been contacted, and are they okay with that being changed, that it's going to actually pressure down to them, of course, this change, R75?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Higgin. So yes, I did circulate, and that notification does include those landowners to the south. It's only 3 because it's largely owned by the landowner, the developer at this time. So they were notified as well.
And no problem there? I mean, just no news, or they actually contacted and said no problem?
No news. I haven't heard no response.
No response. Yeah. Okay, sometimes that's a struggle. Sometimes no news is, okay, no, thank you. Any other questions, my colleagues? So, if seeing no further questions, I'll now declare this public hearing closed. The matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Thank you. And here we are, if you remember. Okay, moved by Councillor Dodick. Bylaw 6520, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2425, 30th Street West, for a second reading. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6520, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2425, 30th Street West, be given second reading. Councillor Dodick. Question's been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. For a third reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6520, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2425, 30th Street West, be given third reading, and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Dodick. Another question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous and passed. Thank you. And I have a motion from Councillor Wolf. Be it resolved that we do now enter closed meeting at 3:28 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to items 14.1, 14.2, as per section 19, information harmful to business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body conferences, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Wolf.
Call the question, please.
Question been called. All in favor? I'm looking at Councillor Gross. All right, that does pass. Thank you. All right, have a motion from Councillor Campbell, update on ground ambulance agreement. 14.1, be it resolved the City Council refer the confidential revised presentations, documents, and reports from the closed session to the April 30th, 2026 Community Issues Committee meeting closed session to item 7.3. And further be resolved, the City Council direct the closed session discussions, documents, reports, and presentations with respect to the update on ground ambulance agreement remain confidential pursuant to Section 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 28, local public body covenances, 29, advice from officials, and 32, privileged information of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Campbell? Question been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And by Councillor Parker, recognitions. 14.2, be it resolved the City Council directed the closed session discussions with respect to recognitions remain confidential pursuant to Section 29, advice from officials to the Access to Information Act. Councillor Parker. Question been called. All in favor? And that is passed. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.